I don't know. I don't know why I just thought of this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and level up my ranged weapons while I do this whole thing. I'm gonna farm out feathers on low mobs there and might as well actually get some effectiveness out of it. Not my level 30 or like level, yeah, close to 40 attack. Yeah, that's just unnecessary. Said hi. You said hi? I said hello. I said hello. Right now, we're just leveling fishing, cooking, and then once I run out of feathers and have to re-level or get more feathers by killing the chickens. I love the chickens. We're gonna go back and keep leveling range up some more because I have from like farming all of this up here. I have something like 2,000 plus arrows. So I figure I might as well, if I'm gonna have to farm feathers instead of buying them, because hardcore Iron Man, I already need all the gold I can get. Especially with me right now, I'm needing to save up like 45k or something like that, and I have around 20-ish k of it. But I'm gonna save money essentially wherever I can, and since I already am going to be, I already have a surplus, just might as well do that. And once that gets high enough level, if, you know, whenever that happens, then I'll probably be switching over to leveling magic at the same time. Yeah, it's just a chill overall grind. One thing leads into another type of night. And in getting a surplus of this together, it'll more or less, with enough like world hopping and vendoring, of course, it'll give me enough gold to do everything I need with the items that I needed to buy, like the pickaxes and axes. Nah, I can't use the GE, unfortunately. Not at least on this account. Once I complete all the free-to-play stuff, quests and like achievements and everything like that, I'll be switching over to a normal account that I have that I can use the GE on, and I'll be farming out bonds on that account to then use on this account to continue the quote-unquote free-to-play, but allowing me to do all the paid stuff so that I can continue to do the rest of the quest and engage in the rest of the content in the game. Pretty much World of Warcraft was my first 10,000 hour game. I started playing like 20 years ago. Yeah, 20-ish years ago. 21 maybe. So I started in the original beta. I was like 12 or 13 when I first started that game. So yeah, 21 years ago. And then after that was Warframe, which I have about 11,000, 12,000 hours in. And this is the new one. I haven't actually gotten to experience fully bond farming yet. So, still fairly new to the game overall. So I'll give you that opinion once I really dive deep into it. But from what I've looked overall, if you min-max correctly, bond farming isn't too bad. But you run a risk of getting banned because you, like, a lot of it involves PKing from what I saw for like really high gold per hour. But yeah. And then a lot of like your mid-range stuff is just generalized farming. It gives you a reasonable amount of time to get one, but at the end of the day, you're really kind of just waiting for auctions to sell correctly, and depending on how many people you have as competition for things to sell, you know, I more or less say things might even just kind of even themselves out. Yeah. That's just what I've gotten from the overall consensus of it. Yeah, they look, it's rather impressive to see how expensive they are in relativeness to how much things generally sell for. But then when I look at the really min-maxed gold farming and everything like that, I don't find it to be too bad in comparison to World of Warcraft. Because, like, WoW, I mean, tokens now are going for like over 300,000 gold, and your average gold method has you making like 30 to 40,000 an hour. And that's not, you know, RuneScape gold farming for 30 to 40,000 an hour. This interactive, you're clicking all the time for that. So like 10 hours of hard clicking essentially and mashing around. depending on how much time you actually have for yourself throughout the month, that could be rough. And even those methods require a fair bit of like input and everything. So when I compare it into like all those regards from a outside perspective, as someone that's only dealt with WoW tokens, it doesn't seem bad, but I'm sure I'll probably feel different once I'm actually farming it. Mainly because like I watched the PKing for like gold farming and everything, and that stuff was very very click intensive from what I saw. Who was your favorite frame in Warframe? I didn't really have a favorite frame. I enjoyed pretty much all frames for unique reasons. I was one of those type of individuals. Like I found appreciation in all Warframes essentially. Like even before shield gating existed and such, that's how I always viewed it. Yeah. I mean, what did I use predominant amount of the time? Well, things like Vault Wisp, Mag. If we went far enough back, you would see a lot of Frost play, Rhino. A fair bit of Limbo, but more Frost. That was mainly because like when I would play Frost, usually like in excavation or defense, this was like 7 years ago plus type deal. This is back, you know, when Limbo really, I mean, he still doesn't work well with things, but yeah, he worked even worse back then, so my life was spamming my 3 every 4 seconds in order to keep immunity bubble at high levels. Necros as well. There's a lot of them. That's what I've gotten from the overall consensus to people that play, like since Dante came out, on what type of frame he is. So I could get you on that. I only use the thing as a Spectre, to be honest. Like I literally bought the frame off the marketplace in order to just make Spectres out of it, and I never touched the frame. Like I quit the game and I still never touched the frame. Even though it has been out for a while and it was like a very heavily used Spectre of mine. I think I used him a few times in Deviri and that was about it, really. Oh god, that felt amazing. Take care of your body, people. Take care of your body. Stretch and all of that greatness. And don't play games too much that are too active on your hands. Such sucks. That's been one of the consequences of my hands there. You get those weird cracks. That could be because I was shot in my arm, though. I don't know, to be fair. Let me be honest with you. Just take care of your body is what I'm getting at. Who gives a hell how it happened? You mained Wisp for a while when her prime dropped. I hear you. Everybody mained Wisp for a while once her augment dropped for her moats. To be like that, that's my opinion. As soon as that augment came out, the frame made sense. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, she was, when she came out, she became my new, like, once that augment came out, she became like the everyday frame that I always went to for anything, more or less. What we got here? 33. Oh, we only got to catch like just a little bit into another inventory and we'll have 52 fishing. That's good. We have a good while of cooking, unfortunately. That's good. That's good. That means throughout this feather here, we might get like 53 fishing, maybe? That'd be good. And it looks like we'll definitely be able to get, maybe be able to get 56 cooking. Maybe. I think we'll be like halfway through 55 for it. That'll be good. That'll be good. And we'll have another 1,000 fish, and they're valued at a pretty decent rate here. Well, it's not bad. 6 each here, 18 each there. If we can, I just have to find the vendor the high alchemy sell for, but otherwise, I mean, 4 and 12 is good. For PKing later on the hardcore account, I'm not too sure. That would be near the tail end of completing everything before I would start senselessly risking that. Because I feel like once I start PKing, that is just me eventually saying I'm going to die at some point. But as a general regard, say like my other account and everything, that's not a hardcore like Iron Man account, it's just like a normal account. I would not have any objection into learning like PKing and all that type of stuff and seeing if I enjoy it. Yeah, there'd be no issues with that. I definitely have a interest into adventuring onto all aspects of the game. I can say that much. My girlfriend's also into the game and playing it, so like later on, once we're both further into it on my, like I'm further on my other account and she's further in on her account, we'll be doing like group content like the raids and such like that together and everything as well. And then I'll also be learning how to do them. It'll help me for learning how to do them solo on the hardcore account, because that's an eventual thing, is doing all that type of stuff just to make sure that I get all the achievements that I'm going to be able to get, which I know this is going to be the actual hard part of the game here mainly, is figuring all this kind of stuff out. This is kind of like what I mean by like the senselessness. Is like this right here. Once we get into like the wilderness and I have to start going through the achievement diary here, this is where PKing will end up becoming inevitable, and this is like one of those situations where this is like I'm just being dumb here. It's a lot of timing inputs into the right frame, but it's interesting. Yeah, that's what I've gotten with it as well. I mean, I used to, in WoW, I've gotten to 2,700 in rated battlegrounds in Cataclysm. For season 2, and was 4 in there too? I don't remember. And I know I did for Legion for, I don't remember what the last season, or the season before the last was for that expansion. So I'm kind of used to like exact timing and such like that. Arena is not as impressive. I was like 2,500 in Arena. I was never really that phenomenal in Arena. So I'm used to, in that regard, having to be exact about not just timing of abilities and stuff like that, but also timing, but also being, you know, exact on movement and everything. So there'll be a little bit of transferable knowledge there, but overall it's going to be more like, I would probably say what's going to help me the most is my old experience in RTSs, which I was terrible at, so we'll see how that goes. I've loved RTSs my entire life. I've loved them. Love RTSs. Empire Earth, Age of Empires, Command of Conquer, I mean, Stronghold. Oh man. Greatness. But I was always terrible at them. Diablo? Yeah, I played a lot of Diablo 3. I got rank 900 or so, it's between 700 and 900 for solo monk greater rifts. How long ago was that? 2018, I want to say. I don't play the new Diablo 4 because it's too graphically intense, unfortunately for me. It's kept me away from a lot of games, unfortunately. Yeah, I would rather not have problems. Ain't nothing worth a seizure. Well, speaking on that, y'all seen this, like, this trend apparently going around of people? I saw it on like Reddit apparently, or I saw through some videos that it was on Reddit. People faking illnesses, including seizures and such. Shit is wild. What I can tell you is, if they're not faking it, the way they can recover, I'd kill for it. How easy they can, I'd kill for that. I'd die for it, man. Like, I'm telling you, I ain't never been able to recover from a seizure like that. Just that was a complete random note there, just because we talked about that. Yeah, that shit just, it blew me away looking into that rabbit hole. The rabbit holes on the internet blow me away. They really, really do. People are wild. But yeah, the internet is a marvel. It really is, in like in the best way possible and the worst way possible. And it's just amazing to see the outlets as they are. Oh. I don't usually talk about the whole drama shit that happens there, but that it's just 'cause I was remotely on the topic there. It's like, saw it today and it's just like, amazing. Absolutely incredible. But yeah, I'm waiting for Diablo 2 to come out on Game Pass, and then I want to give that a try. I've seen that Diablo 1 is on there, so I've kind of had an interest in maybe trying that out. I feel like that won't be graphically intense, logically, like, even though it's reskinned, if you will. Like, I feel like it's not going to be horrible on my eyes then, trying that out. I won't touch 3 again, because I already know it's going to be like... 3's always been really bright and everything. Plus 3 is, if you don't use macros in 3 and you plan to do higher, like, end content, like 120 plus, like, greater rifts, I feel like your hand's just gonna break. I mean, I did it, and it was absolutely horrendous, but I just couldn't imagine doing it long term. I did it for like a couple months, and then I broke down and started using it. Like, it's mainly, it's like macros for like just clicking around like this fucking Diablo. There's no such thing as, like, you're not fucking going all over God's green creation, or just And then you got abilities woven in there, so you're like just right clicking and everything, and like, oh my god. Ugh. I hope Diablo 4 doesn't seem to be like that, thankfully. It looks like they like calm down the gameplay a fair bit to where you just it's a more reasonable experience for an ARPG. But pretty much everybody that I knew at higher end used macros. It was just a normal part of Diablo 3. Your limited experience has been pretty lax. That's good. Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Like, cause I watch a lot of Rax, and the short bits I've watched with him, it's always been really chill. And then my homie Dan Snoop plays Diablo 4 a lot, and I check out on his stream, always lurking. So they're playing Necromancer, so that could be a factor. I mean, when you have the map killing for you, yeah, that could always be a factor. That could always be a factor when the whole map is killing for you. My boys, exactly. Already a good amount into 52 for our fishing. That's nice. The build crafting has been fun, yeah. I mean, that would be the thing that's like even draws me to Diablo 1. It's just the ability to theory craft and all that. Even with this game, it's one of the things that draw me to it at the end of the day when it starts getting into higher end content, is the ability to think about different ways to utilize all the stuff you have and all that. So it's been incredible researching the game. When you research a game this old and you're a new player to it, it's just like a wonderland of information. It's so great. There's just so much to learn. So, oh, I love it. Like, I don't ever get overwhelmed when it comes to like situations like this where there's like, you know, 20 years of just information flooded about this game and different things and all that. It's like, that just excites me. So much to learn, so much. Like when modding finally clicked in your head, yeah. That's the thing about a lot of these games, is the reward feeling that you get when you finally understand how the game works. It's like, it's so rewarding because it just opens up your understanding into it so much, and you don't have to worry about it, so many external sources for anything anymore. You could just look at something and like, you're like, oh, okay, I got that. And it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. Yeah. That's the nice thing about these incremental, because that's a way to look at games like Warframe, RuneScape, or any of the stuff like that, is they're incremental grind games. And because they are, you'll have these moments where you're just gonna feel stuck and stuck and stuck, and then you're gonna make these huge leap and bounds of like overall just skill because of just some little knowledge that you got or something like that. And that's what usually makes these types of games good, is when they purposely add in points like that, that type of player contention where it's like the player feels stuck and they have to in some sort of way work over it. Some games go a little too extensive onto that, I will say. 7-month-long grind in order to get a damn drop. I can feel like you're just wanting to die. Yeah, exactly. It's better to have like some type of thing that like gives you those little short, you know, like you said, short goals, which just become like these little micro dopamine releases to really keep the grind going on you better. Now, as you get later on into it, like even this game, as you get later on, that dopamine doesn't hit as many times, but it's like when you get it, then you're like, oh, that's great. Like in this game, I mean, you're not really halfway done with your grind until you're at like level 90 or some shit like that. So it's like right now, I'm only like a quarter of the way done or something like that, 10% done. But it's like by that time I've already figured out so much about whatever I'm particularly doing that there really isn't much of like that, oh, well, like all moments for it. So those very long gaps between my dopamine releases that I get really help keep everything together in the way it should be. That's the way even knowledge comes into a game, you know. Once you've learned enough about a game, you don't get that like all exciting moment. It becomes more and more rare, but it also becomes more and more special then when you get it, because it's like, huh, I thought I knew everything about it, but here I am. You believe it's 192 is the 1 to 92 is the same as 92 to 99? Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah. And I already knew that going into it. I was just like, so what are you gonna do? The one thing that you're a Warframe player, so you might get this. The one thing that I've loved about this game the most, and what to like, I don't even care how long these grinds take and stuff, but what I've loved about this game the most, and I say it probably every damn stream, so people that have been here for a minute probably tired of hearing it, but no weeklies and no dailies, and it feels amazing. And I don't have live service fatigue from this game as well. And what I mean by live service fatigue isn't a game that's being constantly updated. That's not what live service fatigue is for me. And I think a lot of people would agree that's not what creates live service fatigue. Live service fatigue is the feeling of your kit being irrelevant. Like at some, like it just all of a sudden becomes extremely irrelevant and you feel like you have to do all this other stuff to catch up. And that doesn't like just go, yeah, exactly, like power creep. You know, and like power creep is okay to an extent, but when it shatters your entire setup to the point to where you're like, there's nothing to you anymore. And that happens over and over and over again, and you just feel like you can never get to a point of actually being able to be comfortable in the game because you just want to be casual. it gets extremely fatiguing because you feel like you have to dedicate so much of your time in order to stay relevant to everything going on around you. Otherwise, you're just spending all your time trying to catch up to do whatever is currently out. And I even feel like Warframe was getting to that point, which was a really weird thing. I've played Warframe for 8 years, 9 years, and it never had felt like that. But it was getting really bad. Like, I remember the most recent time I had come back after the elemental changes and damage changes and all that. The game felt so different. I had to refarm out a whole mess of stuff in order to be able to catch back up to what the damage output was correctly. Like, there was so much. And it felt weird because, like, a lot of the stuff that I had was still relevant, but it wasn't even close to relevant. It felt weird. It felt like something like playing in a World of Warcraft recent expansion, but you had taken a break for 2 seasons in that expansion. It didn't feel good or anything like that. Yeah, I made up for it. It was whatever. But it's just, I didn't realize how fatiguing all of that type of stuff was on me until I played a game like this, where I didn't have any of those pressures. I just had a good, endless grind with the same background experience as to the other games that kind of reference to the same genre. Let's put it that way. Because, like, that's what I liked World of Warcraft for the most in the beginning when I played, was the not needing to be pressured for getting gear caught up and everything like that. Have you tried clue scrolls? I do have a beginner scroll thing on in my bank. I just haven't really done anything too much with it, but I've done a couple things with the spade and stuff like that. Yeah. And yeah, everything's going well, gamer. Just a chill night. Just a chill night. Lots of fishing. In between fishing, leveling my range, because I have all those arrows from all the killing that I've done of the Minotaurs. So, whenever I need to get feathers, I just go kill the chickens. And in doing this too, we're just passively getting some gold together, you know, by selling it. We'll eventually just sell a lot of the stuff to vendors when it comes to all the food I have. And that'll just bring me closer to having enough gold to doing whatever I need to do. So, bunch of little working on things and just chilling. Yeah, I would agree, Doug. Since Whispers in the Wall and Netricel, the power creep has been hit pretty hard in Warframe. I would agree. A lot of the problem with those two is it's a lot of power creep hidden. It's a lot of power creep locked behind dailies, weeklies. Predominantly weeklies. And that's the big problem. Is like, you're always behind. You can never just grind it out and get it done like you can with this game. If I just wanted to grind out my fishing and just focus on that every day, all day long, I can do it. It's fine. If I want that to be my grind, I can do that as my current grind for the game. And I think a lot of games are missing it, are forgetting that that's very important to have in video games as a whole. Letting the player be able to do, like, you can give the player direction, but you really should invest in giving the player freedom of how they maneuver in that direction. And I think one of the biggest problems in a lot of games is they not only force your direction, but they force how you maneuver in that direction. So it's like every bit of your facet of your experience is just pushed into as hard as they can into one direction, and it leaves so little variation for the players to feel like they can have their own realm of discovery. And this is with many games, this isn't just Warframe or even World of Warcraft, but a lot of live service games in general. That they force the player into such a path that, like I said, they don't have the ability to find their own way about it and having that personal reward of finding out about it and really sharing with the community and everything on what they found. Instead, what we get are these very minute 1 or 2 different ways to get something done, and then outside of that it really doesn't matter. And I think that's really weird when it comes to a lot of the games. Like, you have to allow some more freedom in some sort of facet. Like, I understand player friction and guidance and all that is important, but you're not even creating a hamster wheel or a maze at this point. You're more just creating a straight line, and I don't think that's really healthy for the genres. It's not what made the genres what they are and made them as popular and kept them alive through all the time. You know, just because that's all we have now and it's what we tolerate now for the grand majority of people doesn't mean that's what it's liked. A lot of the things could be the fact that, you know, say like with RuneScape, a lot of people could have the issue with the graphics. If you don't like, if you are somebody that likes a nice graphical experience, RuneScape is terrible. There's many people out there that don't like World of Warcraft, even though it is a very beautiful game. They think it looks horrendous because it's not their type of art style. So when most of the majority of the genres of games, they all just move in the same direction, you don't know what's gonna work and what doesn't work, because you're all just like, most people are just following the same cookie cutter design, scared to move out of it in a direction. And essentially all it does is create a world of compliance. It doesn't create knowing what the customer wants. It just creates conditioning the customer to be used to something. They're 2 completely different things. And I don't really think, like, change isn't really I wouldn't say change is so much the problem and what creates an issue in the game. Because as long as you keep what the player has worked for intact, you can really kind of change whatever you want in the game. Like, sometimes you got to do number crunches and stuff like that, but as long as you keep the actual player, like the reward for their experience intact, you'll be able to have a vastly different feeling game without the player feeling like they just lost out on everything they worked for. Because, like, if everything still more or less works, like it does the job it needs to do in the same facet that it did, it just you kind of had to figure out a different way to do it, but you're already, because you had everything there, it was already fine. It just needed to be, say, like ordered in a different facet. Say like I guess an example with that would be like, say, like precepts for mods for Warframe Sentinels, to where you have to put them in an individualized order to make the their procs happen at the right given moments. You know, if you just have to figure out how to rework that a little bit differently to make things work, then you leave the player with the ability to have the rediscovery feeling and reward without making them feel like that the time they put into getting what they got became worthless. And that's kind of more what I was getting at when it came to the gaming industry itself, and how I felt about like with power creep and like just general FOMO progression. FOMO progression would probably be actually the best way to describe what I don't like about the gaming industry as a whole. Because that's a very umbrella term, but everybody can get what is meant by that. Because everybody has experienced it. I think no matter the genre of video game you play, there's some line of FOMO progression if it's not a single player game, and that is just, it's an extremely annoying feeling. You shouldn't have to feel like you have to sacrifice your life to stay relevant in a video game. I think that's dumb. No hobby should be like that. No hobby should be like that. Ain't in no world where someone had like a toy train hobby. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it can get expensive. And the reason why I say like toy trains is, if you get really detailed with those things, you can easily have like sets go for thousands and thousands of dollars. It's actually impressive how expensive that stuff gets. But in no world do you see people feel like they have to do it in order to stay relevant somewhere within their hobby, to continue enjoying it to the effectiveness that they enjoyed it before. Well, yeah, that's how I felt with Warframe even. Like, if you don't think Archon shards are a form of FOMO, then you haven't run out of materials for your helmet yet. And it creates a FOMO of, you have to sit there and constantly farm materials instead of getting to enjoy the game. And if you miss out on your Archon shards so that you have more Archon shards to put into your other Warframes and all that, you, like I said, you now have to keep going back and farming out more materials. And it creates a horrendous amount of burnout. And I even felt like that with World of Warcraft, having to log on every week to max out my conquest points so that I could get the PvP gear that I needed. You know, or if it was like, you know, Mythic Plus, even, you have the tokens and everything, and they're gated every week and it's increased every week slowly. Oh, it's just so annoying. And then you had other games like Path of Exile, where you have to, you're time gated on seasons, and your whole experience essentially gets deleted because of a damn season. Tarkov turned me off with that as well. Like, oh, I hate FOMO. It's fear of missing out and fear of all your work going to waste, which is like a form of missing out. And it's like, this was supposed to just be a hobby, wasn't it? Didn't gaming start out as a hobby? Why are we having all of these things that pressure us to have to play it like it's like we're taking care of a garden? Where if we miss watering a garden or trimming around and cleaning up the the dead brush and everything. We could lose our whole damn garden and everything. Why does gaming feel like that with a lot of games? This makes no sense. It was just supposed to be a hobby. Like, I get you guys need to make money, but gaming got as popular as it has over and survived through the years to become this popular, not through FOMO, but through crafting good experiences. That's it. Just craft a good experience. Yeah. Seasons, seasonal content, weekly lockouts, daily lockouts, all of this nonsense. World of Warcraft did start the weekly lockout many, many years ago, I will say, but having to get 40 people together, all you wanted to do was get together once a week anyways, because it was hard enough. So it felt reasonable to have weekly lockouts for raids because of already what the organization took in a proper facet for it to happen. In the days before streaming and all of that. Now, I don't know so much about that. The way I saw Classic WoW min-maxed after content creation became a thing, that's an entire different story. That's an interesting experience to see that. I didn't play Classic WoW in the sense of the new Classic WoW, just because what a lot of like content creators and players turned it into was just this nonsense of min-maxing. It was just so dumb. And I would be fine with it if there was just like cool little things, but like the fact that a lot of it became requirements to play the damn game, it was like, oh no, not even in my realm of things. He's trying to do that. It's crazy to see the level that people took to what was one of the greatest casual games when it originally came out. I had never seen such a casual game turned to competitive and aggressive like that before. It's crazy. Is there one thing you appreciate about sandbox games? I hear you there. I hear you there. I felt that way about like Gmod when it first came out in Half-Life 2 when it was a free mod. It was so incredible. It was so free and just all the different things you could do on it. It was so cool. Yeah. For some reason, like, I like that concept, but like I can't get into games like Minecraft. I don't know why. And it's not the graphics. It's not the graphics. I mean, it is clearly, obviously not the graphics on why I can't play the game. It's just, I don't know. I don't have a draw to it whatsoever. Don't know why. Don't know why. You're big on No Man's Sky? I could see that. I heard some decent things about that game. I haven't played many games, mainly due to the fact that I played Warframe for so long. And now I just don't exactly have the income to play other games, though I do think No Man's Sky is on Game Pass. Which I do have. Which I don't have an excuse then, outside of the fact that, I got involved in Hardcore Iron Man. But that doesn't excuse the last 8 months that I've had it. What have you been what have you been lately playing instead? That's how it is with gaming. I mean, that's how you would like gaming to be at the end of the day, is like you can be tired of a game and just go and play other things and enjoy yourself, and whenever you want to come back, the game will be there. In the sense of, you know, you'll be able to jump back in and enjoy yourself and all of that. That's what you hope for. Diablo 4 was free on PS Plus. Oh, very nice. Yeah, if you want to have an MMO light experience, I think Diablo 4 is actually a really good example of that. They did a fairly decent job going in that direction. At least from what I saw. I know there's a lot of complaints about the game when it comes to the core audience and such, but I think what they were going for in that regard, trying to create like a an open world type feel, but in the Diablo setting, I think it was a pretty good attempt in some regard. But I haven't played the game at all, so it's just coming out from a an outsider's perspective on it. Not including balancing or anything like that, more I'm just looking at the fact of having that type of environment created. Ready or Not also just came out, and you played that some? Or on console? Yeah, I've actually, I've heard from a few different people. Are really excited about that. I can definitely say this is my next 10,000 hour game. I'm one of those weird gamers that kind of like, once I stick to a game, or once I get latched onto a game, there's just gonna be an absurd amount of time put into it. It makes me miss out on a lot of games, but it's just the kind of person I am. Like, over the past 20 years, I've really only played effectively, like, I don't know, 5 games, 6 games or so on a realistic level. World of Warcraft, Warframe, Dauntless, Diablo 3. I can't even think of any others off the top of my head, honestly. It's 20 years. Yeah, everybody has their own different way of playing games and everything. I'm like that just kind of in a general sense with most things. And like that doesn't just go for video games, but also like just real life as well. I'm a very like hyper focused individual on anything in a general regard. Essentially just hyper focus into it to try and learn everything I can about whatever it is. I mean, even in my poor attempt at making a video game and all that last year, I would spend some days literally staying up for days, literally for like 35, close to 40 hours, just fucking learning. You ever heard of the 2-week Minecraft phase? That's you with any game. Never. I haven't heard it particularly with Minecraft, but I've heard of that in a general regard with a lot of gamers. What I call it is the 100-hour burnout. that's what I've always called it, is the 100-hour burnout. Got about 100 hours on it. It's an endless, if it's a game with a big grind on it. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, to be fair with you. After 100 hours, you're really not going to experience anything, I would say, extraly meaningful in any video game. And at that point, you're just playing it because you like it. You're having a good, you enjoy whatever the gameplay loop is. But that's the best way that I could put that, is like, you know, even after like 50, like most games, after like 30 hours of playing a video game, you really, for the most part, can experience most of what there is. Unless there's like a really, really big grind behind it, then that's where I more lean towards the 100 hours. A lot of people generalize Minecraft as playing for 2 weeks and dropping for like a year. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. It's the rush of like how much you can actually do in the game, and then after that it kind of loses its novelty. I could see that. You can only keep doing the same thing so many times. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on what you like in a video game. For me, outside of it being too graphically intense, which obviously isn't an issue for you as a Warframe player, I just got tired of the fact that World of Warcraft expansions felt like playing the season and not the expansion. So, like, if you can get over that, retail is fine, and I think it's actually pretty fun. But I'd say that you have like 8 different versions of World of Warcraft you could choose to play, from classic WoW to classic hardcore to Mist of Pandaria and etc. of the sort. So really, it's not a bad game at all, really. But World of Warcraft's age has nothing to do with its relevancy. The engine has been remade every single year. It always includes updated what's the best word I'm looking for here? It's not engine, but updates to code sets. 1 second. So, like, essentially what I mean by that is throughout the years, like C++, which is what World of Warcraft is predominantly written in, it's C++ with a lot of interface things ran through Lewis scripts, and those Lewis scripts are just called through to do whatever functionalities are, you know, required for it. Every time, like, that C++ was originally invented in like 1980 or something like that, and throughout the years it's become more efficient through just generalized learning on how to write better and technology getting better and such like that. They've always kept up to date with those code sets. So essentially, like, what I'm getting at is, like, if it's a Unity came out with an update, you could have a video game that could include writing in all those code updates to make everything more efficient, or you could have something that, you know, just didn't update any of the code. But World of Warcraft has updated every time, so the game isn't old, it just looks the same, you know. And still, even then, it doesn't look anything near the same. Like, it's insane how much better they've gotten with art. Okay, what's the player basis consensus of playing the game? Okay, that's a whole different story there. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's not in a perfect place, but it's in the best place that it's been in about 6 years. That would be the best way to put it. In regards to, I pretty much want to say the game as a whole, but particularly retail, meaning the most, like, relevant thing, like most expansion or most relevant expansion. They're doing a good job with listening to the community and trying to adapt correctly to have the game focused away from what it's turned into, which is just a mess of add-ons. One of the biggest problems I find in the game, and I think a lot of people find in the game, is that there's just too much visual clutter. Now, as you go to the older versions of World of Warcraft, like World of Warcraft Classic and such like that, your amount of visual clutter greatly reduces, so it's a lot more reasonable. But if you don't have an issue with, say, like Diablo 4, and you're fine with the visual clutter in Diablo 4, I don't really think you're going to find much of an issue with retail. So, it's just World of Warcraft players, we were used to a certain level of being able to see what the hell's going on and not feeling like we're in a damn disco every time we play the damn game. Monetary wise, I don't know exactly how to put that with World of Warcraft. The nice thing about World of Warcraft, if you do play the game enough, you can play it completely free after your initial investment into the game. But with that being, even with that being said, there's a lot of things in the game that do have transactional costs to it, and if you have that FOMO feeling of wanting to be a completionist, $20 store mounts are going to get really expensive for you. On top of a $15 a month monthly subscription. And then every 2 years buying a $40 to $50 expansion. So, yeah, if you can make enough gold in the game, you can buy tokens on the auction house and you can trade them in for Blizzard currency, which you can use on the entirety of the Blizzard store. So that means any games on there, not even just World of Warcraft, like you could buy, say, like Black Ops 6 if you wanted to. You could buy different things in Diablo 4 for your account with your World of Warcraft gold and such. So with that, there's a huge asterisk on that. It's like a Warframe asterisk, if you will, kinda. The game has an initial input of how much you need to put in, and it's not really bad if you can get yourself going after the first month and not have to worry about it from there. But it is $15 a month for the game, and you have your initial cost of like 50 or so bucks. And this is USD. Of course, you'd have to, you know, whatever you'd look online to see how much it's going to cost you in your currency. In the regard of like, go to the Blizzard website itself, because I do know, I do believe they do localization in the sense of price adjusting. So I'm not sure though. But yeah. So it's one of those things, like for me, generally I can play the game free to play, but I also have been playing the game for 20 years. It's a completely different story in that regard. I generally always have the gold on the account to buy a token for whenever I come back from breaks and I want to see how the game is. I mean, like right now I don't, to be fair. I'd have to pay $15 a month after November. So right now my account's active until November. Last time I played, which was, God, it was 5 months ago or so, I had given myself a little personal challenge of getting myself a year of game time and game tokens and seeing how long it took me. I did it in like 4 months or something like that, 3 months. Yeah, it's more or less, but they were all used. So, I just that's what I did. I didn't care. I was like, whatever, you know, account will be active, the account will be active. If I have to pay $15 a month to come back to it, it'll make me really think about it. Which nowadays for me, that's that I don't even have typically a thought to come back. I did kind of think about for Mop Classic, Mista Pandaria. But I'm already doing this. This is gonna take enough time. I don't need to. I don't need to throw on another 3,000 hour grind. I haven't played it at all, really. This is my first time getting past the tutorial in all the years of me trying to play this game. Yeah. What month? Yeah, it's just my mindset of my mindset of gaming throughout all those years. It really didn't match up to what this game's vibe is and everything. I was a much more active paced gamer and all that for most of the years, so all of the years really. Really, it's just like carpal tunnel, and I'll put it in the general regard. My disabilities are the only thing really that have slowed me down, and it's forced me to have a different appreciation and outlook on everything, including life. So this is part of that. That's it. It doesn't, I don't know if it so much as teaches me patience. It teaches me to enjoy the patience. That's what I've noticed about this game individually, and that it has transferred into my real life, which has been nice. Because I've always had a decent form of patience, but it was more tolerating the patience than anything. And this kind of like taught me to enjoy the patience. Yeah, it does make you, it gives you the ability to stop and gather and really understand the situation. Now, I do see that there's plenty of situations in this game that don't give you that ability, but I feel like that's the nice flow of the game, is it gives you these moments to where you have all this chill time and think time, and then you have these like really, you know, more, not so much chaotic, but precise moments. And they blend together into a nice experience because you have these moments to think about the precise moments and how to refine them better and really just enjoy the patience, enjoy the time that you have to really sit there and think without feeling like you have to, or without feeling like your thinking is making you lose out somewhere else. Which is a lot like in life. A lot of people can think that taking the time to really sit through and think through a situation can make you feel like you're gonna lose the situation. But in reality, you have plenty of time, and if you would have taken the time to really sit there and think about the situation fully, you would have been able to maneuver it fine in all the time constraints that would have been, you know, met throughout the encounter, if you will. I've always been a person like that, though. I try to take any lessons that I get from anywhere in life and try to figure out ways that they can be applied in other places, because the reality of most video games that are done well is that there's a methodology behind it and there's the thought process behind it that can be transferred into something. in some type of regard. There's always lessons to learn in every type of situation that you encounter in a day-to-day regard. Whether it be teaching you perseverance, patience, opening your mind, you know, thinking of different possibilities and all of that. There's just so many different micro lessons. Yeah, I totally get that. Totally get that, dog. Even in the short period of time that I played the game, I'm just so conditioned and used to, like, every time I log on a game, I have the anxiety of, like, there's gonna be something else. There's gonna be something else. I'm gonna have to, like, stop what I'm doing and deal with that. And deal with that, and deal with that. And even if it's like not coming back to the game in the sense of after a long break, just even the next day, just that feeling of being able to come back on and just like, I'm just gonna keep doing what I was doing because it doesn't matter. Everything else will be there the way it needs to be there when I get to it. It's just beautiful. You just focus on what you want to focus on and the enjoyment behind getting to finish it, without having all these random interruptions that feel pointless to an regard. I think life in its general sense already has enough unexpected, and not even so much unexpected, but just inconvenient interruptions. We don't need to have those experiences happen to us in what's supposed to be a hobby. Like, we don't need to mimic life in video games that bad. We ain't playing The Sims. And I even feel that way when it comes to like content releases and them being broken as hell and having to wait for changes of things and all that. It's like, tired of shit not working. I mean, granted, I felt like that all the time with World of Warcraft through all the years I played it. There was no such thing as a good patch. But that's the conditioning thing that I referred to or way earlier on, was like, it's not that I enjoyed the experience, it's that I was just conditioned to the experience. Doesn't make it a good experience. It just means it's what I'm used to. Be fair, I had better experiences in World of Warcraft playing private servers, but this is also between 15 and 18 years ago. So I'm not going to speak on what private servers are like nowadays. My experience in a private server was completely different. Completely different. I ended up being a QA tester and all that for the private server. So what made me fall in love with QA testing in the beginning, or in a general regard, and made me want to do it as a career. I don't like coding. I fucking don't like it at all. But QA testing, I actually enjoy it. I hate fucking coding though. A, I don't really think I'm the greatest in the world at it or anything like that. B, it's just really not my thing. I like figuring out how to break things and then fix them. I'm not the I don't like creating. Is that the easiest way to say that? Because like a developer does create everything. The QA guy just tests the shit and says, "This no work. This no work." I made this not work. Getting paid to break, that's honestly, like, that's the truth. I learned how to do it without getting paid. I just did it for the love of it. That private server, they approached me because they watched me normally play the game while I was triggering their logs like crazy. And it's because I was like microly exploiting. It wasn't something you could really detect, but at the same time you kind of could. But it's like if you watch the player do it, that you wouldn't ever see it. You would have to like look through their actual logs and everything. I was like, back then with that, I was in a lot of private servers, they were running off of kind of like a localized internet, so it was easy to take advantage of overflowing ticks and getting extra attacks in a global cooldown and such. But yeah, they approached me asking me and like, what are you doing and all that, and then it just led to us talking for like hours, and at the age of like 14, a bunch of guys had me QA testing for them. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. It was like a year and a half, 2 years of that. And they essentially taught me everything I needed to know about like making my own private servers and all of that type of stuff, and how to work with like Heidi SQL and coding with Notepad, like nonsense. So after their server shut down and all of that, I kind of just was left to just kind of making my own private servers and messing around with them on that regard. Never really did any public private servers. I mainly just made ones myself and everything. I just made them and messed around a lot with making gear and messing around with values and stuff like that. Coding different abilities from other bosses into other bosses and stuff like that, trying to make them work well and all that. I do like how I can spend like 20 minutes or so farming feathers, and it gives me like 2 hours of fishing. Like, that is such a nice conversion. Especially with the fact that I was leveling up my range at that time. So this stuff wasn't even, I wasn't even hitting hard or anything like that, using the worst arrows and bow that you could use. It's a really nice conversion in farming. I mean, given that's that's only because feathers are put in a corrected loot order, but yeah. Those poor chickens, I know. I know. I know. A lot of dead chickens. We get 500 feathers. Genocide in under 20 minutes. School RuneScape. Stream Elements does not want to come over to the other side of the chat, or the other chat for some reason. That's why I have the exclamation point test in there. And it does not. Like that. So, exclamation point test command just not working. Whatever. I haven't gotten that far in adapting to everything apparently. Okay, so I didn't have a test command anymore. Let's see. Yeah, okay. What's good, Hyper? Also, if you're at your PC, top of the pinned comments full screen stream. I know you're usually watching your PC, so. Oh, you're on mobile now? Okay, okay. Well, then my apologies. Ignore my ignorance. Woke up still in bed. I vibe it, man. I vibe it. I know how that goes. Yeah, that's like 9 AM or something like that over there. Yeah, see that. I'm riding up on a late night here. But gotta get some more of this grinding done. There's so much to do. And I'm usually staying up for 20 hours at a time anyways, so might as well. Still able to get like 6-7 hours streaming. Just a lot of fishing. And whenever I run out of feathers, just go back and farm more feathers by killing chickens. I'll farm back up to 1,000 feathers, and then come back over here and catch another 1,000 fish. Cook 1,000 fish. And repeat the process again. I've been leveling up ranged with it. So everything else is just so high level, the chickens don't do anything for it really, with how little health they have. I guess I shouldn't say we stay up generally. Dana and I really don't do. I am the one who stays up for 20. She's a little more normal, like 16 to 18 hours. Don't blame me there, man. I really don't like sleeping over 6 hours. I definitely know that. It's a rare thing, but I do well when I sleep past like 6 hours. I'm more preferably like within the range of 4 to 6. But I'm more of a different particular reason for that. And I'm sure everybody could rather guess what that is. It's just been on the channel for a minute. Medical conditions are fun. reality is with most people though, it's or with all people, it just sleep like durations are really just dependent on the person. You just can't sleep after. Yeah, I was just literally about to say that exact thing right there. Everybody's usually a little bit different when it comes to how much sleep they really need to be functional. When I was younger, the 4 hours was fairly normal for me, and I would just every day function off that. It's completely fine. What I can usually, or what I can always just say for people is just sleep until you're, you know, well rested. Because there's such a thing as oversleeping, and there's such a thing as undersleeping, and even if it doesn't feel like what it should be normal, as long as you're not like sleeping for like half the day and everything like that, you know, I really think you're fine. If you're sleeping, like, you know, you're feeling you need like 12 hours of sleep and such, that's a whole different story. At the end of the day, I'd probably say you should go to a doctor. That's not normal. No one should have to sleep for 12 hours a day. Yeah, you're just sleeping for 6 hours, you wake up fully rested, and it's not a problem. It's not like you sleep for 6 hours, you just can't get back to sleep even though you're dead tired. You're pretty much a zombie. I don't see an issue with it. It just means you get 2 more hours a day than most people, which is massive. It's just, that is a massive advantage right there. We're about to be under 100 feathers. Oh, and then we gotta go back killing all the chickens. The 2,000 arrows that I have spent the past couple days farming. So I do think before I go back and do that, I may grab the gold out of the bank and stop by some, like, an archery shop in Varrock. Might do that. And just pick up some other bows so that as I level it, I can get stronger bows and conserve on arrows. So I don't have to worry about that. Because I don't feel like collecting them every time. I tried doing that in the beginning of leveling it while I was gathering feathers, and I wanted to tear my hair out. Not my thing. I'll just take the loss. I guess to make me feel better about it, yeah, we'll call it the bow championship. Hey PhD, how you been, homie? It's always good hearing from you, man. I know that feels all too well, man. I know that feels all too well. Still kicking, still learning, still growing. That's all that matters at the end of the day, how I look at it. Yeah. I had to quit a lot of the visually intense games. It's just become a little bit too much for me. It has forced me to slow down a fair bit and just kind of take a different approach to gaming overall. Yeah. I can let it be sour and destroy me, or I can just accept that it's a different chapter in my journey of life and adapt to it. And well, my entire life has been that, so why would I stop why would I stop at any aspect? Yeah. The new perspective has been nice though at the end of the day. I've always, I said this even earlier in the stream, I've tried to play this game many of times before, but my old mindset of like what a definition of like enjoying a game is always kept me in the way from really being able to enjoy not even just this game, but an insane amount of video games. So it's been good. Sounds good, homie. Always good hearing from you, man. My best to you and the fams, homie. Same to you, homie. You sleep well, man. I forgot to go to the place for the bows. Bows. Old school RuneScape. Oh, hold on, that's feathers. That's feathers. Let's see here. Bow vendor. Right. Bow vendor. Where is he? Oh, that's not vendor. That's Jesus, you're so dumb. Okay, so here's that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, hold on here. We're getting some. There is. Let's go by. Remington, Varnock are the two places, and it looks like the only difference is going to be buy rate. I think if I go to Brian, I might be able to get it cheaper in a general regard, because a lot of people like to vendor things to him because he buys them at a higher price. So I think if I go over there, he'll be well stocked and have things maybe at a lower price then. Let's take a look. All we need to well, we're gonna be passing a bank as we go through, so we'll be fine. Let's do that. We're gonna buy a bunch of bows so that we can at least be able to switch our bows actively and do more damage to these chickens over time. There we go. I wonder what the difference is. Where are we at here? Ah. Weapon speed. And that's it. We'll go with the longbow, because I feel like it's probably just going to do more damage per shot, which is going to be for conserving ammo. So we needed a 20 for the next one. You were at 8. Okay, we're a good way off. Is there anywhere else chickens exist besides just over there before I go run all the way back? Let's see. Yes. Go up over here. Then go over here. Is where I'm seeing them in the wiki. Yeah, look at that. Is there a... Oh, we don't need a bank. Really. It's fine. Okay, cool. We just gotta get in there. We get in there. That's a door. Open that door. To open this door. There's a chicken. Open this door. Oh, hello, puppy. We could pet the doggy. Who's a good doggy? Woof. We're gonna shoot this thing in front of you. Okay, so I'm still just doing 1 damage. Let's see what this other one does. Okay, I'm just kind of left confused. It's got to be something to do with range. How's it going, Annie? Yeah, same here. Same here. Just fishing, cooking, throwing it in the bank until I run out of feathers, and then farming out more feathers while I level up archery. Yeah, that's how the stream's going. It's going well. Richard is 16. I think we started it at like 2 or 3. What type of game is this? This is one of the longest running MMOs pretty much ever made. And if you enjoy a game that isn't riddled with weekly and daily requirements of you logging on, otherwise you have FOMO and or you just are time gated on that, if you're tired of all that type of stuff, this is a nice supplement. Nice supplement. I think that would probably be the easiest way to generalize the game, and then from there, if you do have interest in it, I would recommend reviews and such like that of individuals that have played the game for a longer period than I have. Well, that gives you a good basis at least. I wouldn't exactly say that, but currently, yeah. I just stream what it interests me, more or less. No, my girlfriend does all the art for me and such. Thank you. We have a blend between her work and AI as a total, but we just utilize whatever we feel is necessary. And also have like a tablet for her whenever she does need it and everything. Got that, I don't know, some years ago when we started working on our own game together, when we were working on it at least, I should say. We stopped that like close to 10 months ago.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That always sucks. We've been having a lot of storms here lately as well. It's been an unusually active spring and summer. So if you do have to shut down your computer or whatever you may have to do, I definitely get that. It's always better to protect it. Understandable. Understandable. Just took like the last 10 minutes to stand up. It's stretch and done. Oh, I feel so much better. Oh man, that was insanely needed. I haven't really moved out of this chair here in the past 5 hours, so. That was insanely needed. So I find it interesting, there's been a bit of a resurgence of how I got my world record video, where I went over my history on Warframe and everything like that. There's just a bunch of people telling me, like, a lot of the old same hate I used to get. It's crazy. I find it entertaining. Because now the funny part is I can just tell every single one of them that, well, unfortunately for you, the company actually understands, and I have full permission to do anything that I want to do. Sorry about that. Sometimes when you go to great lengths to show that you actually did do things, yeah, it can actually work. It's been funny. It's been funny though. I've been having fun with them. I've been having fun. I can't help it. I just can't. I just can't help it. I know you're not supposed to feed the trolls, but I get so hungry. I can't help it. I'm a very giving person. You know? Under the right circumstances, I'm very giving. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick little break here. Grab a snack and such. I will be back and leave myself fishing. Okay, I'm back. I gotta relog apparently. I had to take care of a spider. He was too fast to catch and bring outside, unfortunately, but yeah, I had to take care of a spider. That's what that whole thing turned into. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just end off here. I've been up for like 19 hours. I kind of just saw that. I want to thank you all for coming around and showing all the love you do continue to show. And I hope you all take care and stay safe.